Alright, what's going on, chat? Good morning. Good morning. It is early, but gotta get up early to work early. That's what they say. I don't know who says that, but I know they say that. Alright, so today we need to give this guy more animations, because right now he just has hold lantern, idle, run, and walk. Which is all I needed to make for that trailer I had. And like those are pretty simple. But we gotta make some new ones. Like jumping in place. Going to create a new one. Jump in place. Don't forget our underscores. Alright. So, jump in place should be pretty simple. Let's go to reset. Really? Reset is this? That's annoying. I wish it was more of like a T-pose position. Let's go here and just do all that. And in fact, let's go to reset and reset all these. And let's go ahead and do that and fix the reset. That doesn't mess with anything else, right? Yeah, cool. Alright, jump in place. This one's going to be pretty easy. There's going to be one frame that we, transition to and away from. So, this is just going to be something like out some maybe a little bit too much that way. Something like that. That maybe out a bit. So this one should come in a bit. Looking down slightly. Let's tilt his chest forward a bit. Yeah. Something like that. Repeat And then transitioning between them should handle the smoothing of what he's doing to that. And then let's create a new one for jump left foot lead. Show me that. Alright, so this one's gonna be pretty easy. We just take our left foot like that, and we take our right foot like that. We lean him forward a bit. The right arm will be kind of like something like that, with pretty much like straight out to the side, whereas this one will be like this, that, something like that. Yeah. Perfect. So that in point one. Then we just mirror that for the jump right foot lead. Now, one thing I wish Godot had was a way to just mirror an animation. Like if I could duplicate the jump right foot lead or left foot lead, call it jump right foot lead, and just mirror the animation, that'd be fantastic. Or to just mirror a selection so that if I make a walk animation, I can just do the first half and then paste the second half as a mirrored version. I wish that was a thing. But it's not, so we're just going to do it manually. Alright, right foot lead, as simple as left foot lead, just with the right foot in front, like that, and that, with, you know, the torso kind of tilted forward slightly. This arm would be kind of forward, and then this arm would be kind of forward, but actually completely off to the side. Like that. Yeah. Alright. Let's go ahead and create those keyframes. Point one. Looping. Did I set looping on the left foot? I did not. Let's go ahead and do that. But I did in jump in place. Yeah. Okay. So those are our jump animations. Next, I need a crouch and a crouch walk animations. So let's do that. And yeah. So crouch. And we'll make a crouch start to like get down into the crouch. Go from idle. Let's see. Let's make this. Let's make it 0.1 seconds long. So it takes 3 frames to go to the crouch. So let's see if we just, or to a crouch, what that looks like. So crouching. Let's see. Yeah. So, general consensus is something like that's slightly forward, and then this is all the way back, like that. Actually, this is probably a bit more forward. That, and then this can get away with being even further back. And then this is kind of off to the side. And then this would be like that and that. Maybe even a little bit more, like that. Then obviously, like, this would be lean. Oh, wrong one. Well, yeah, no. Then, like, this would be like this. This would be like that. This would come up. This would flare out a bit. This would come sort of this way. The arm would rotate like that and flare out. And obviously he would be moved down. Alright, so let's see. With this, he's 2 grid squares tall. So let's just, for now, let's throw that in so we save it. However, idle, he's only losing like 3 pixels in height going to this. I want him to get even lower than that, to be honest. Like almost like maybe like that. Let's see if I can get him that low. Let's see. Maybe even like crouch down lower like that. Maybe he's doing that. We bring this a little bit forward. Alright, that's a good bit shorter. Let's go ahead and add that. So, yeah, I think that's a pretty good crouch. Now, what does that look like going between them? Alright. And honestly, because like the lerping just looks good, I should be able to just transition like I'm doing for the jumps. And so I can just rename this to crouch. And I can grab these and overwrite that. I can make this loop. Perfect. Now for the crouch walk. He needs to like he needs to stay crouched, but like kind of sneak around. So let's duplicate this for a crouch walk. First frame can be the same. Let's set this to 0.5. I don't know exactly how I want this, but let's go ahead and this look good, so that's fine. And then someone have like a nice sprite sheet I can look at how they do it. Now I'm just gonna have to freehand it. That's fine, I just kind of wish there was a nice reference I could use. Alright, I guess I'm just going to have to manually do this. So I know at some point, let's just put it at 0.2. I don't know if that's exactly where it's going to be. At some point, the rolls here need to flip. And this needs to come down with this like that. And this up. It's probably this one that, whoops. No, I want to, so at some point we need like that kind of, okay. Yeah. Except like halfway through when they're like transitioning, this needs to like come up a bit. And then, like, he needs to duck down a little bit lower. Alright, and then if I made this 0.4, and at this point, this would need up a bit. Once again, this would crouch forward a little bit. This would, whoops. And this would come up. That looped. Let's see. I mean, besides being the fastest crouch walk known to man, that looks decent. Let's make this 0.8. Let's move everything out. All right, let's see how that feels. Yeah. Okay, the head's not animated enough. Bring that up slightly. Up slightly, okay. Still doing it. Oh, I forgot to like lock in the keys. That would make sense. Okay. Alright, that looks good for the most part. There's a few points that look a bit weird, but for the most part, like, there's always going to be something on a border somewhere that doesn't look quite right. But I think in general, that's decent. And honestly, I think it might be a good idea if instead of, like, I'll keep the crouch animation, but it might be a good idea to just transition to crouch walk and then just, like, stop it at 0 or 0.4, depending on which leg is there. I think that might be the best way to do that. Alright, crouching is done. Rolling. Let's go back to idle. So let's make a new animation. Roll. So this one is just going to kind of be like, and start with this guy, and then, you know, we'll do something like that. And to there. Yeah, something like that. Into, whoops. Something like this with the arms completely straight. With that, something like that. Well, actually, maybe more so like that. Into like full curl. Okay, and then well, Alright, let's see what that looks like. Oh. It looks a bit stiff. Hey, what's going on, Punk? New game? Yeah, this is a new game. Maybe this frame's unnecessary? What if I just drop that? Alright, I appreciate it. Oh yeah, that's way smoother. That was definitely the unnecessary frame. Alright, cool. That's our roll animation done. Onto our backflip. Let's see. So for our backflip, let's give our arms a little breathing room. It's going to do something like that. To definitely go up a bit. Like that. Like that. Yeah. Okay. It's a good keyframe. And then... Oops. This will be the big kind of jump in position. Like that. that. Then here. Something like that. All right. All right. Let's see how that looks. That looks decently smooth. Let's see here. Kind of you seeing it from this angle. Yeah, that looks good. All right. Oh, man. You recently started playing through the 3D Zelda game. Kind of difficult, but seems to be working really nice. Bit annoying. But, though where if you're too close to the shore or something, you can't shoot the sword with full health. What? Wait. If you're too close... Bit annoying bug, though, where if you're too close to the shore, you can't shoot the sword with full health? What? Hold on. Now you got me wondering about things. Hold up. Document Zelda exports 142. All right. If I'm Link, I can get full health. Come on, give me health. That's not health. There we go. Okay, so if I come over to the shore... over here... You're saying if you're too close to the shore... I mean, I'm shooting my sword beam just fine. I'm not 100% sure if it's because of the shore or something else. Very close to the shore. Like, is it... Am I in the right spot? Is this, like, what you're talking about? It's closer to spawn. I mean, this is as close to spawn as you can get. That's like on the shore. Still at work? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what would be causing something like that. That's weird. Okay. Where was I? Backflip. That's done. Side hop. Side hop. Side hop. All right. Alright. Side hop. Alright. I think... Alright, that'd be great, Punk. Alright, so... Let's see. With those animations, I should be able to... do this stuff. So... Can I, like, group things? No. Alright. So, that's, like, the moving. Then I need... Let's see. I need to create a crouch. Which is going to actually be crouch walk. And then... time seek. This is crouch anim position. Should be 0. And then time scale. Crouch anim speed. Alright. And then I need a blend 2. Which will take moving to our crouch. Crouching. Alright. And so with that, I should be able to go to our player in our state machine. Okay. I need a... Toggle crouch. Toggle crouch is going to be left stick in. Okay. Close. So let's handle all of that. Var crouching equal false. If input dot is action just pressed, crouch, then our crouching will equal not crouching. All right. Then we can set our if crouching, then our character.animation tree parameters crouching blend amount will equal lerp f to character.animation tree of parameters crouching blend amount to 1 by our animation blend speed times delta. Copy that. Let's get our otherwise, and this will be 0. Actually, I can compress this down to a single line. I don't need to have a whole if else here. I can just cast crouching to an int here, and it'll be 0 or 1. Anyways, cool. So that'll handle going into the crouch state. Now, if our movement input.length is greater than 0, then we're moving, and so we want to blend to, we want our layer models crouch anim speed scale, which is crouch anim speed slash scale, character.animation tree parameters crouch anim speed scale will lerp from whatever it's at to 0 by animation blend speed times delta. And then this will be going to 1. And then our position. I think that's fine. Seek request. Let's see if these work how I expect them to. Let's see. If I go to my let's see, Godot animation tree, seek load, time seek. Okay, so whenever that value is set is when that happens. So essentially what I can do is if we're not moving, then I can check if the Godot animation tree check position in current animation. Okay, so cause a C command to happen to any subchildren of the animation graph used to play animation. Is there a way to get it though? Show me the documentation. Is there a... Can I just say if anim player you know what? I'm just going to print the character dot animation tree dot anim player dot current animation. So when we are not moving while crouching, that should tell me that. Now, another thing I want to do is and if crouching, then our goal velocity will times equal, oh my gosh, I can't type today, 0.5. So we'll move at half speed while crouching. Alright, let's try this out. We have an error. Current animation based on type node path. The path to the animation player used. Oh. Do I only keep track of... I do. Alright, let's try that. Okay, the opposite's happening with the speed. Oh yeah, that makes sense. This is supposed to be 1, and this is supposed to be 0. Alright, so that's funny. So I mean, that looks fine, besides like not stopping perfectly with the crouch. Well, it very rarely doesn't look right. Although it can not look right. So I do want it to work. Let's see. Yeah, show me. A bunch of blank values is what that is. Great. Goblin walk? Yeah. Oh, how do I get the current position of the current playing animation in an animation string? No. No. Can I look at the current animation position? I don't think so. We'll try it. Well, it's at 0. And it stays at 0. Maybe the crouch anim position is being updated, and I can read from that. Let's see. Give me that, except we're looking at crouch anim position seek request. That'd be nice if that just works. Nope. Does not work. Oh, wait. I might be being stupid. Nope. Lots of errors. Yeah. Animation player has no current animation. that an option? Yeah, I didn't think so. That must be old. Or wait a minute. Hold on. That might not be old. That might just be me misunderstanding what they're doing. If I put in here anim crouch, will that give me what I'm looking for? No, it will not. The current position of an animation in an animation. Maybe that's a thing? Anim crouch time is null. Wait, this is actually what it should be, right? ANIMCROUCH. Yeah. You know what? Let's do this. Let's take this and get property list. Then I can just see what I'm looking for. Okay. Well, let's do that and then... No. What am I doing? Let's do that and then... Do that. You sent the clip because you had Steam recording on yesterday? Oh, on Discord? Here, let me look at that. General, let's see. Oh, I see. Wait, what? What is going on there? It's playing the sound effect, so it's trying to shoot it. It's calling the code to create the beam. It's almost like it's being created and then instantly colliding with something that's not letting it exist. That's weird. That's really weird. I'm not sure what would cause that. I'll take a look at it, but I don't know if that's like what's causing that issue. Okay, let's see. Okay. Parameters. Anim crouch. Current length. Anim crouch. Current position. Okay. Parameters, anim crouch, current position. Okay, cool. Perfect. So, what I can do, if the if this is less than 0.4 and well, actually, let's do 0.4 on that, and is greater than 0.0, then the character.animation, oh my gosh, .animation tree, parameters, crouch, anim, position, / seek request will equal um 0.4 if Shift N copy we're greater than 0.4, but we're less than 0.8. Then this will go to 0. So theoretically, okay, that's not quite working. Let's add a little bit of wiggle room there. Maybe I didn't add enough wiggle room. Or maybe my values aren't great. Oh, also I had to cheese the first dragon boss in the clip. Not sure if there's a bug in the clip too, because let me take a look. Oh yeah. I'm aware of this cheese. Many people have found it. And, I feel like it's fine. It is the first boss. I think it's fine if there's a way to cheese him. Okay. Let's try doing... from our current position... to 0.4 at our animation blend speed times delta. Then let's do that here, except we're going to go to 0.8. See how that looks. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good. Nice smooth transitions to the different values. And honestly, because of how this works now, I can just make those actual values. Yeah. All right, cool. Try throwing a bomb too. If it didn't seem to take any damage, should the dragon take any damage from the projectile sword? So Alchamentus only has a hurt box on his head. So if you were just hitting his body, that's not going to damage him. You got to hit him when his head's down. Or if you have like the rising spin attack, you can hit his head with that. And the best way to beat Alchamentus is to hit his head with the boomerang, because that'll stun him. Alright, now I gotta do jumping. Let's see. Oh. Let's see. What am I doing? Oh, I'm going to the animation tree to add jumping. Yeah, okay, so... let's move this down. Alright, jumping is a little weird because there's the 3 different types of jumps where you just jump while standing in place, which is just like a play once and then it ends. And the animation trees are gonna make this difficult. Well, actually, maybe not. Because I could. What I'm thinking, right, is that I could make it so that like I have a state machine here that has like these different sections, right? So like this would be the moving state, and this would be the crouching state, and then I can have a jumping state which handles its logic on what jump animation to be. Yeah, let's look into that real quick. Let's create a state machine. Let's look at this. And then I can add a blend tree, which is essentially what those things were, as the different states that like it connects to. Alright, if this was like moving, crouching, jumping, and then how do I, yeah, I use these, right? So that can go to that, and that can go to that, and that can go to that, and that can go to that, but those can't go across. Start goes to that. Whoops. Ah! Go! Let's see. Oh, and then back to selection, then how do I, yeah, okay, then at end this would go back to moving, I think is how I want that to work. I think. I could be wrong. And then if I go back here, and I like... Can I like copy? Is that something I can do? If I like hit Control C, I come in here, I go to Open Editor, and I like edit the moving. Can I... No. Load. Oh, I can save. Or do I have to rebuild all of this inside of the various positions? There's not a good way to, like, move things. I don't know. That seems like it's gonna be overly complicated to like change to. So we'll just do it from here. So let's get our jump animations. So we have anim jump in place. which is just going to be jump in place. We're going to have our anim jump left foot, jump left foot lead, which will have jump left foot lead, and then we'll have our anim jump right foot lead. Alright. And then with these guys, we have our blend 2 jump right foot forward, because at 0 the left foot's in forward, and at 1 the right foot's forward. Hey, thanks for the follow, Air404 Sleepy. And then finally we can get our how am I doing? I'm doing pretty good. Messing around with some animation blend trees at the moment. And then jump forward. At 0, we're jumping in place. At 1, we're jumping forward. And with that, that's our jumping logic. We can just blend that in. For jumping. There we go. So, with that, let's also kind of split these out. So this is our crouching, and this is our walking, running. Alright. Let's get our jumping. So we want to make it so that if we are I really should have like just a jumping Boolean, because there's a difference between jumping and falling, I think. Like, no, I need a Boolean for whether I'm jumping forward. That's what I need a Boolean for. And then I can say if character, if not character dot is on floor. Let's see. Tell me if it's good, and or if you could help me with someone or something. I want to create a game about SCPS and Chernobyl and role-playing / funny kind of game. For inspiration, I use SCP Secret Laboratory, but I can't code, animate, make 3D players, and all that. So I'm asking dev with experience. Gotcha. So you want to make like a kind of like a role-playing comedy game that's 3D that's about... I'm not sure what SCP is, but I do know what Chernobyl is. Let's see. Can't code, animate, make 3D players and all that, so you're asking to... My best advice for you is to learn how to code, animate, make 3D players. It really is just a matter of roleplay horror, like SCP Secret Laboratory is a game on Steam. Okay, I've never heard of it. But yeah, it's just you... Creepypasta, gotcha. But yeah, if you just like start that and you look up what you don't know when you need to know it, right? You don't need to like jump in and be like, I need to learn everything up front. You just you open the editor and you're like, okay, how do I do this very specific thing? And you look up how to do that very specific thing. Like, how do I make a movement controller for a capsule, right? And you look that up on YouTube, you watch a tutorial, or you follow some documentation, and you get that implemented, and then you just learn that skill. And then you go on to the next feature, and you say, okay, how do I do this? It's a matter of breaking up every piece of the game, and looking up how to do that piece, and then adding, like, once you've learned the basics on how to do something, adding your own, original ideas to it. And because like once you learn how to do things, new ideas are just taking an old idea and adding a new coat of paint. So it's just a matter of starting and keeping at it, and you're gonna make mistakes, but as long as you keep at it, you're gonna learn. See. SCP secure, contain, protect creepypasta lore of government protected classified info. Oh, it's like a government secret creepypasta thing. Gotcha. What was I doing? If the character's not on the floor. Oh yeah. Then the character dot animation tree parameters. I call it jumping. I did. Jumping. Blend amount. Going to be whatever it's currently at. To 1 by the animation blend speed times delta. Otherwise, it's going to be the opposite. It'll be going to 0. Alright. And then okay, and that should handle just jumping in place. So let's look at that first. See if that's kind of behaving how I would expect when I walk off a ledge. Alright, obviously something went wrong. Did I not connect things up properly in my animation tree? No, things are... parameters, jumping, blend amount. Still active. Oh, I did miss that, but that shouldn't cause a problem. It might have caused a problem. We'll see. Yeah, okay, that was the issue. Alright, so let's see. Yeah, that looks like a fall. Alright, cool. Also, let's start the time of day at 0.85 so that it's like daytime, and the day top color should be like that, and the horizon color should be like that. There we go. Okay, that looks a lot better. Cool. All right. Now, let's get my movement code updated. So, if not, character dot is on floor. Our goal velocity will times equals 0.1, and then our back to our inputs. If input dot is action just pressed, jump, I need to make that, and character dot is on floor. Project settings, input map, jump, add our jump button. Hatless Maui. Did the universe shift? Oh yeah, I'm not wearing a hat today. Here, we'll throw this hat on. There you go, Blast Corpse. I have a hat. I'm just not wearing a hat today. Jump button. Spacebar. Maybe. I'm looking at a controller. I'll do that button. But rolling... Alright, now I gotta think about how I actually want this game to control. Because... do I want... like, how do I want rolling to work? Like... I guess that'd be like a dodge button. But... Jump should be the bottom button of the 4. Well, I was going to use that one for attack. I want to generally take the same controls as Zelda 3D. But I also wanted to add, like, jumping, for, like, jumping off of ledges and stuff. I mean, I could just, like, take a note from old 3D Zelda and auto jump when you walk off a ledge. Attack for the left button, but then that takes away buttons for items. Do I move items to a single button? You can have one item equipped and give it like a radial menu. Skyward Sword style. I mean, it's your... Right now I'm making typical action RPG moveset, so like crouching and jumping and walking around and stuff like that. Rolling, side hopping, back flipping. Yeah, that's what crouch is. Crouch is already in there. Well, I can always change it. Right now I'm just going to leave it like this. All right, if we press jump and we're on the floor, then our jump boolean will equal that. And then in our update velocity, if jump, we're going to do something. Otherwise, we're going to do that. This, our goal velocity dot y. Well, no, we don't want to set goal velocity. We actually want to keep how this was. And then we want to just overwrite our y velocity if we jump. Or will equal jump power. Switched over to Twitch. All right, let's... Jumping jacks. All right, that's not enough jump power. Let's make this 24. That's way too much jump power. Alright. 12.8. That is also too much. Like 8? Yeah, that's pretty good. Alright. And then let's see. If jump not on floor and not jumping forward, then our goal velocity will equal that. If our movement input dot length is greater than 0.1, then jumping forward will equal true. Or equal to so is this character the estranged cousin of Bingus? Is, you know, purple? No. He's not Bingus. Okay, so he can jump, but like jumping in place and like falling off ledges, you like don't really move too much, but you can hop forward. Perfect. Okay, and then I need to make it so that I think actually here what I want to do is in this case our goal velocity is actually going to be overwritten to our character dot velocity times 0.8 times delta. What the? Just get rid of that. Thank you. Something like that, actually. And then for our jumping, if we're not on the floor, if jumping forward, or actually I can set our character dot animation tree and smells like dirty drain water in your apartment from the flood. I'm sorry that you had to deal with that. That's That's awful. Jumping forward. Yeah, jump forward, blend amount. Something like that. Character.animation, same thing. And we're gonna go to casting, jumping forward by our animation blend speed times delta. All right. Let's see. So all right, something's not right. Oh, yeah, this I want. I want this to equal lerp, or I want this to equal our character dot velocity dot lerp to character dot velocity dot times 0.8 by delta. That's what I wanted. So jumping in place is still that, but that looks good. Now I just need to look at my I then need to blend, or I need to go to whichever one is what we're closer to in our run animation. So we look at run. Okay, so 0 is right foot, right foot, right foot. As soon as we hit this point, so 0.125. So 0 to 1.25, or 0.125. So 0.125 is right foot, and then 0.125 to 0.375 is left foot, and then 0.375 to 0.5 is my right foot again. All right. So, back to the player and his default state. We can say that let's see, var run anim position will equal... Oh, hold on. Hold on. We gotta do that here. We have to do... var jump right foot lead or false. Right? Because in here, yeah, right foot forward is the thing. And when we set our jumping forward to true, this is when we have to determine that. So we have to look at our current position of our running animation, which is anim run. This is our var run anim position. And then our jump right foot lead is going to equal run anim position is greater than 0.0 and our run anim position is less than 0.125 or, and it's this or that. Oh, actually, I can just throw a knot between the ones that matter. I can just put a knot and greater than 0.125 and less than 0.375. So that is whether or not our jump right foot lead. And so we can set our character dot animation tree of parameters, jump right foot forward, just equal to casting our jumping right foot lead. Okay? And that should make it so that when we jump, you know, oh, yeah, whoops. Slash blend amount, of course. Okay. All right. Very cool. Oh, man. Oh. Oh, yeah, and how does that look with holding the lantern? Forgot to... Yeah, that looks fine. Very nice. I will say, though, that it would be nice to have a I don't know if I can really do a time seek there. And make it look good. I think I should handle it in code. Something like a timer to like see like if we press it again after landing in a certain time window, then it will manually do like a flip of it. Let's see. So if we jump, otherwise if the character is on floor, but if jumping forward, so if we're jumping forward and we just land on the floor, then let's create a var next, our next jump right foot lead will equal false, and then our var next jump foot lead timer will equal 0. Let's specify that this is a float. And at export var jump next jump foot lead toggle window via float equal to 0.15 seconds is probably a good actually let's make it like 2.5, a quarter of a second for that window. Then our next jump foot lead timer will equal our next jump window, and our next jump foot lead will equal not jump right foot lead. And here we'll say if our next jump lead timer is greater than 0, then our jump right foot lead is going to equal our next jump right foot lead. Otherwise, it's going to equal this. And if our next jump foot lead timer is greater than 0, then our next jump foot lead timer will minus equal delta. There we go. Jumping. All right. So that should make it so that, you know, if I, like, spam jump, he, like, swaps feet every time. Let's see. Yeah! All right. Nice. Oh, okay. I think that's jumping how I want it to feel. Tiptoe through the tulips? Yeah. You know, nothing like adding a little skipping mechanic to your game. You know, if you're good, you can skip, you know. You gotta... It takes skill to skip. Yeah. All right. Let's see. Blah, blah, blah. Now I need the rolling and backflipping and side hopping. Well, I need targeting for that. Well, like the... I have that, right? If I have the orient camera behind, but I don't have, like, the locked camera. Yeah. All right. Let's see. Okay, so it does have the state of lock, so I got to look at it in that. So I think this is all fine, but I should have a separate like targeting state for like when the camera's locked behind you and when you're targeting an enemy. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. So let's add a node 3D for targeting. I'm just going to inherit state. This is our wait. Player states. Targeting, open, and this is actually going to inherit the character state. Create. And we have our you know, I might move this out to the player. Like this, like, movement input stuff. Because I'm going to be using this in several states. I do need to know whether I'm crouching or not in a bunch of states. And while and I can jump. I can use the jump input. Yeah. I'm going to take this. I'm going to move this to the player. And then this guy can go in here, and crouching and jump. This can just be is on floor. Or crouching. These are our inputs. I'm going to change this to update inputs, which is just going to be called from our process. And that's temporary code anyways, so I'll leave it how it is. And in our default state, we can get rid of jump and crouching. And then this is character. This is character. Just gonna copy this and paste it everywhere it's needed. That's being handled by the player. All right, let's make sure that all still works. So, walk around, I can crouch. I can skip. Jump in place if I fall off a ledge. Yeah, okay. Cool. Okay. So, back to the player and the targeting script. I don't need this anymore. I can just go off of movement. So let's update. So the physics update function. We need our update velocity, which is going to take in delta. We're going to call update velocity. And honestly, it's going to be almost exactly the same as this. The jumping is going to be different, but that move speed should definitely be a value of the character, not a value of the default state. Put his move speed there. At export var jump power. I had it at 8. Cool. And then default in those two locations, we're going to use our character dot move speed and our character dot jump power. Character state, yeah. Okay. Alright. Back to our targeting state. We can use our character .move speed. Acceleration. Yeah. Default. Acceleration is also one of those player attributes. Just curious, where do I put my look at? Update looker. Yeah, okay. Got some physics. Ooh, do not want that. All right. And then in our camera pivot, when we okay. When our state is set to states.locked, then we're going to take our player dot. I can say that player is actually the player, so I can have access to his actual variables. State machine change state to targeting. Copy, and then we'll change to default. All right. Let's see if that works. It's gonna look a little weird when I'm in the targeting state, but yeah, okay. And release back to this. The animations get, like, just stay static, but alright, cool. So player model, animation tree. So, got our jump forward. We We have our anim side hop R, which is going to take side hop R, anim side hop L, which will take in our side hop L. And finally, we also have our anim backflip, which is going to take in our backflip. This will be side. Actually, I'm going to swap these. Side hopping left. Or, no, side hopping right. I literally just changed those so I can do this. Side hopping right. Blend 2. We have back flipping. Blend 2. Side hopping. All right. That goes in there, and that goes in there, and then that goes in there. I really wish I could put like boxes around this stuff and group them. That'd be nice. So these values can determine what we're doing. Backflipping's a little weird though, because it's like it does the backflip, but it needs to play the whole animation. And at the end of the animation, if we're not on the ground, he needs to transition to the jump in place falling animation. Which I think I can control that here with proper scripting. Okay, yeah, I think that's fine. Yeah. I think so. We'll see. Yeah. So, in targeting, so this will actually only happen when we're on the ground. Because, well, I mean, this handles that, but yeah. All right, so let's handle our jumping. So if jump, then character.jump, that is. Then we want to, if the character's jumping, then we need to know what direction we're jumping, and okay, so let's check forward, back versus right, left. If the absolute value of character dot movement input dot y is greater than the absolute value of character dot movement input dot x, forward, back, otherwise right, left. I also need to do if the length, or if the character dot movement input, if I can type, dot length is less than 0.1, then let's see. Jump in place. Otherwise, if character dot movement input dot y is greater than 0, going to jump forward, otherwise we're going to jump backwards. Okay. So, jumping in place is a matter of... Actually, because only one of these can occur. So, enum jumpers is going to be in place, forward, backward, right, and left. And then our jumpter is going to be a jumpters equal to jumpters dot in place. Jumpter will equal jumpters dot in place. Jumpter will equal jumpters dot forward. Jumpter will equal jump directions dot backwards. Jumpter will equal jumpters dot right. And jumpter will equal jumpters dot left. Okay. And if we are jumping, then our velocity, our character dot velocity dot y will equal character dot jump power. And then otherwise, something like that. And then with that, we can then say I think that. will give me what I want. All right, let's see. The animations aren't there, but it should. We're jumping. We're immediately hitting a wall, though, for some reason. Oh, I need to jump velocity needs to times equal character dot move speed. All right, let's test that. Alright, cool. Alright, so with that, it is a matter of what? Animations. Matter of animations. Update animations. All right, so. Oh, you know what I also need? I also need like strafing right and walking back. Walking and running of both of those, actually. Ooh. That's annoying. I guess I can play the walk and I can play the walk and run animations backwards. So at this point, so here I can add a time scale for moving, moving backwards. Connect that in there and this in here. And that can either be 1 or -1, right? Like if I throw this at -1, and I throw this at 1, well, I say that, but it doesn't actually look that good. Okay. I need like an actual walk backwards and quickly running backwards, and then walking strafing right and running strafe right. Ugh. More animations, I guess. Oh yeah, I need to set this to not active so that I can see what I'm doing. Alright, what does it mean to run strafe? I don't know. But it is noon, and I'm hungry. So I'm gonna go make myself lunch, and I will be back after I've thought about that some. Alright guys, I'm back. Sorry that took so long. My my sink broke while I was doing the dishes from lunch, and I had to fix it. And by fix it, I mean I just took out the part that was broken and put up a little sign that said "Don't use." Alright, where did I leave off? Needing a strafe and backwards run animation. Yeah, strafe and backwards walk animations are where I left off. So... let's see. So our run has our normal forward stuff. Backwards, he's gonna like lean back and kind of like tread backwards, and then strafing is gonna be slightly different. So let's start from idle. Let's create a new, call it walk strafe right. Okay. And so the way we're gonna kind of pull this off is we're gonna kind of just take this, grabbing his hips, we're going to rotate them like that, but you know, his torso is going to be facing forward, and then he's going to like kind of like just walk in that direction, if that makes sense. Real quick, let me do this to save what I have. Run. Let's see. Okay, I start with right down. There we go. So let's turn this a little bit more. Yeah, like that. And make sure that this is like that. And then kind of actually, you know what? I'm gonna remove this. Okay. I'm gonna go to walk. And then I'm gonna take this and I'm going to duplicate it for walk strafe right. Okay. And then this, I'm going to rotate like that. And then, no, come on. like that. Grab that. Then here, I want the same thing. Oh, actually, what is root? No, hip. So I want the positions. Oops, what is going on here? I don't know. But if I just take those guys and I say don't exist. All right. And then I do the same with the torso rotations. Yeah, I think that looks fine. Let's make sure we get all of our frames that should be there in. Okay. Now, walk backward. So I actually want this to be reversed. So I want can I probably not a good way to do that. I guess what I could do, so I know I want this here. I want to switch these two, so that one can go there, and this one can go here. And then I want 0.2 and 0.6 to switch, so I can grab 0.2, and I can grab what's at 0.6, put that at 0.2, 0.6 can go, then I want 0.3 and 0.5 to switch. Like that. Alright, so that should just be it backwards. Yeah. Although, when I'm going backwards, I would have it so that he's kind of leaning back. Like that. Not the hip, the torso. If I get rid of those and then the head, get rid of those. Yeah. Yo, you're also making a game in Godot. Will I help you? Well, it depends on what you mean by help. If you have an issue and you just have like a question that I can answer, I'll help you there. But if you're asking if I will, drop this project and help you on your project, I will not do that. Duplicate. Let's see. Having trouble in your building, you added collision 3D and everything, but still going through it. Gotcha. So it's a matter of world collisions. So here, I'll show you what I have here. So if we look at this here, I'm using a grid map, but if I pull this up, you can see that each of these like objects here have their static body child. The static body child just is a physics object that like isn't gonna move, right? And then you add your collision shape and define its shape. Important thing on here, you have this collision tab, which defines its layers and mass. So you can think of the layer as where this object exists, and mask as what this object interacts with. So if we go to the player and we look at his character body, we can see that the player exists on layer 2, which is my player layer, and then it masks with layer 1. And so because the collision shape on the player is masking with 1, when we look at the grid map, because this object exists on layer 1, when I run this, I was messing with stuff. Let me fix that real quick. Yeah. Alright. Let's do that. So, you can see that I collide with, like, geometry and stuff. And also important is in your player script, when you have, so first you should be running things in physics process, and you call move and slide when you want to apply whatever velocity you've set on your character body. And I hope that helps. See, animation player, strafe left. All right, that looks good. Strafe right. That's good. Walk backwards. Walk. All right, now for running, which is going to be the hard one. Run. Animation. Duplicate. Run. Strafe. Right. Okay. I say it'll be the hard one, but it should be the exact same process. Basically facing that way, body turned like that much, with the head the final bit. Okay, and then hip rotation, ignore, and torso rotation, ignore, and head rotation, ignore. Yeah. Okay. Back to run, animation, duplicate, run. Backward. All right. Are these on the keys? They are. Okay. Then put that there. Put this right there, and this right there. Alright, move this one to here, move this one to here, this one to here. So now I'm on this one. This one. This one. This one. All right. That should give me a backwards, played backwards. Yeah. Okay. And then come here. Animation. Skeleton. So all right, hips. Get rid of that. Torso. Get rid of that. Head. Get rid of that. Oh shit. Or no, hold on. What? What is going on here? Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Animation player. Something like that. Yeah, okay. That looks correct. Alright. Then duplicate, run, strafe, left. Okay. Which point we're taking this. Rotating it like that. Taking the torso, rotating like that, and then the head the rest of the way. Do that. Okay, yeah. And then finally, we can go back to the animation tree, set it to active, come back in here. Let's see. So let's bring these out here. Let's add, not a one shot, let's add an animation. Anim walk strafe right. Anim walk strafe left. What the? Okay, another animation for anim walk backward. Walk backwards. Alright. Let's bring these all up here. Blend 2. Walking back. Actually, I gotta set two variables somewhere, so I guess I'll do it here. So walking back, 1, 2. Walking left, or no, walking sideways. Oh, shoot. One, two. Walking right. And there we go. And then I gotta do all of that for running as well. So let's create some space. Animation, anim, run backward. Animation, anim, run left. Anim, run strafe right. Alright. Blend 2. Running back. Right? Yeah, running back. Oh, forgot to get the run strafe right. Blend 2 for running right. Blend 2 running sideways. I forgot to turn his head there. But this is a much easier way than all these blends. Oh, but the issue with this is I don't have access to the current run position. Godot. Blend space. To be. It's not get print. What was it? It was get property list. I'm actually gonna do for prop this print prop dot name. All right, let's see. Okay, so walking directional current position. Okay. So here, anim crouch is fine, but where we're doing anim run, I want this to be the running directional. Current position. And then I believe blend position is the value I actually want for running directional. Yeah, blend position. And then in the case of here, I want to do character dot animation tree parameters slash walking directional blend position will always be the vector 2 0 1. And same with the running. Alright, let's see if that is going to do what I want. So, first off, let's see if all of my normal stuff is still working. So, that's good. That's good. Crouching looks fine. Alright, cool. Lantern. Crouched lantern on the ground. Yeah. Alright, cool. Alright, cool. Then let's go ahead and go to the targeting state and update some animations here. So we have so actually, instead of jumpers, let's have these will be our moveders. Which is going to be stop forward. Instead of this will be our move direction. We're not going to have in place anymore, and then we also need to know var moving jump. Bool false. All right, and then here moving jump will equal false. Moving jump will equal true. And then I gotta go back here and modify jumping. So we have this stuff, and then here I don't know why these blends are doing that. Is that because, like, no? Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on here, but whoops. I can add a blend space 2D here, which is going to be our jump directional. Which is going to be a backflip. Our side hop L and our side hop R. And then this is actually going to be a blend tree. This is going to be discrete. This is going to have our anim jump forward, or anim jump right foot lead, and we need our anim jump left foot lead. We need a blend 2, which will be jumping left or jumping right foot lead. Jumping right foot lead. In. Blend with that. And that's going to be our output. And so yeah, okay. And so with this, we can get rid of all of that. And that. And this is just our directional jump. And then we have our jump forward, which is going into jumping. All right. And then back to our jump directional. And in here, right, I called this forwarding code. Alright, save that, go back to the default state. This is instead of parameters jump right foot forward, this is parameters / jump directional / 3 jump right foot forward blend amount. And then jump forward is still there, jumping is still good. And then we got to make sure that our character.animation tree parameters jumping, or well, jump directional / blend. What is it? It's the jump directional blend position. Is equal to a vector2 of 0, 1. There we go. And let's test that out. Do I have anything broken here? I do. Just comment that out. All right. Invalid assignment property that with value of int. Why? Why is that a problem? Animation tree 3, right foot forward blend amount. Let's see. 3 jumping right foot forward. Can I copy property path? I can. Okay. Default. Let's make sure we have the right thing here. Okay. There's definitely a difference. So let's try that again. Yep, still have skipping. All right, cool. Oh. Back to targeting. So we need to set move direction is just a vector 2 at this point. Which is just the input. So I don't actually need that. I just need to know whether it's a moving jump or not. So I can get rid of all this. And then in animations, let's do our move, walking / running. Ruining. Walking / ruining. So our character dot animation tree parameters. I'm gonna steal some stuff from here. Yeah. I'm gonna just steal all of this. And then animation blend speed, that's fair. Let's so just gonna copy these for now. All right. That stuff I'm going to comment out because that's what I need. This, instead of being this vector, it's going to be our character dot input. Character dot input, or what is it? It's our character dot movement input dot normalized. All right, and then same with here. If our character dot movement input dot length greater than 0.1. Otherwise, it will be the vector to 0, 1. Not in, if. And, you know, I can var directional blend position will equal this, and I can just set this equal to the directional blend position. Same here. Okay, let's see how that works. And then do that. Well, not at all, actually. Am I calling update animations? I'm not. In my default state, am I doing that in my update? Or yeah, I'm doing that in update. All right, let's try that out. Okay, so, I mean... All right. Okay, that looks good. And then I want it so that, oh, crouching. So if character dot crouching Is it not character.crouching? Am I... Whatever, I'll do an else. The... Oh. Yeah, I'm being stupid. This is supposed to be character.model.look at. Ah, my mouse. This is the character.model.look at. Alright, cool. And then back to default for the crouching. You know, now that I think about it, like, what's really the difference here? Besides... Oh, jumping's different, but... Okay, yeah, jumping's different. We'll grab... crouching, because that's going to be the exact same in targeting. I'm sure there's... No variables missing. Alright, jumping is going to be... Let's see. Let's go ahead and grab this as a starting point and go from here. So this is going to be our directional blend position. Jump forward is going to be... It's not jumping forward, it's moving jump. And jump right foot lead. It really is just exactly the same with some small changes. Should it just be one state? Am I overcomplicating things here? Like usual? And this should just be one state. Because, like, this just needs to, like, also check if we're targeting and not crouching. To not do this, but rather... Alright, cool. Well, that just proved to me that I don't actually need this targeting state, because I can get away with just a targeting boolean, and it doesn't add, it adds like 3 lines of code to the default state, which is not bad. Now, rolling. Roll. Right now we'll just assign it to that button. I'm gonna end up going through and changing all of the buttons at some point anyways, when I have a better idea of how I want the control scheme to be laid out. So first off, let's make sure we have our roll. And like jump, it's just going to be roll will be the input dot is action just pressed roll. And is on floor. Alright. So let's see. So roll. If roll character dot, well, I'm gonna copy this. Except we're gonna be ×2. Character.roll, then we'll do that, and we'll set rolling equal to true. Update look direction. Oh, no problem, Soren Dingo. Character targeting and not character crouching and not rolling. We'll do all that, otherwise we do this. And then that looks good. And then in our animations, rolling, Oh, I need to go to the animation tree and update and do rolling. This will be anim roll. There. Roll. Fire. Okay, so if I all right. Perfect. Okay. And the way I control that is request is that an enum? Godot animation tree one shot. Animation node one shot. Okay, gotcha. So if roll character.roll, then character dot animation tree parameters roll request will equal the animation node one shot dot one shot request fire. All right, let's try that out. Oh, we set that. If not rolling. Actually, what I can do, if I'm rolling, I can, if I'm rolling and the rolling and parameters roll active. Right? Oh wait, no, yeah, animation happens first, so. Um. Right. Oh. So with that, that's taken care of. Okay. I mean, that's basic animations. I can roll, I can target. Alright. I think what comes next is like getting Sword and Shield in and getting combat started. Because I'm pretty happy with how this is feeling and looking. Not sure what's causing that. It's like... Huh. Alright, cool. Alright. Well, I think I'm gonna call stream there, because, you know, I got everything I wanted to do done, to be honest. Yeah. Alright, tomorrow we're gonna start working on combat. But yeah, we got all our basic animations and our basic character controller done. So, if you're still here watching, thank you for sticking around. What's the game called? I don't know. I don't have a name yet. As you know, all I have is, you know, we'll take a look at the nice scene. All I have so far is, you know, the graphics and that's about it. And like a basic character controller. I'll have a name for the game eventually, but right now I don't have one yet. But yeah, I'll be back again tomorrow to start working on combat. Thank you all for watching. See you later. Peace.